And we're picking up action in the fourth game of a men's doubles match here on table number one in the round of 32. On the left side over there, you see Callum Oakes out of Great Britain, his partner Mike Wejrowski of the USA. And on the right side of your screen, talented young player Evan McGregor out of the state of Texas, his partner, the veteran Shannon Coley out of Mississippi. It is 2-1 in favor of McGregor and Coley. They won the first two games. Oakes and Wejrowski have come back to win game 3 and are up 4-1 here in game number 4 as they look to extend this match to a fifth and final game. We are in the elimination bracket, which means you win, you move on, in this case, to the round of 16. You lose, you finish 17th, and we are headed indeed for a fifth and final game. Jim Stevens back with you, settling in for a great evening of table soccer here in Dallas, Texas. And hi again, everybody. Jim Stevens back with you. Heading to the fifth game of an open doubles men's division. So it's men's doubles. It's the round of 32. Callum Oakes, Mike Wejrowski on the left side. Callum out of Great Britain. Mike out of, he has a picture of Ohio on the front of his shirt, but Mike I know originally out of the state of Michigan. And over on the right side, we've got Shannon Coley, who looks like he may be switching into the forward position here. And his partner, Evan McGregor. Coley out of Mississippi, McGregor out of Texas. But no, Evan is going to continue in the forward position. It is fifth game about to get underway. McGregor and Coley won the first two games. Oakes and Wejrowski won games 3 and 4, and here we go. The winner survives to move on to the round of 16. The loser would finish in a tie for 17th. 32 teams qualifying. Got the number 9 seed after qualifying in McGregor and Coley as they get on the scoreboard first here in the fifth. Number 24 seed over on the left side. Interestingly, the number 1 seed after qualifying as Oakes goes dead man to your side to tie it up at 1. The number 1 seeded team coming out of qualifying, Carlos Cespedes and Logan Hearn. How about that? Now 2-1 in favor of the team on your right. We're going to get a switch with McGregor moving back for defensive purposes. Callum Oakes, who has shot it very well throughout the match, especially these last couple of games, will get another chance here, this time against McGregor. Callum try to come near side, posting up to make the block is Evan McGregor. Evan tic-tacking far side smoothly along that outside wall. Of course, Evan kind of burst on the scene a few years ago, and there he is finding that far side of the goal. So after losing the last 2 games, McGregor and Coley come out to get 3 of the first 4 goals, 3 of the first 5 goals here in game number 5. Well, McGregor a few years ago winning a big singles event down in Florida. Kind of a super single sort of thing. And Coley staying up there at forward right now, looking to pass.
Now it's fixed. Sorry.
Picked up here by Oakes. I'd like to say hello to everybody watching around the world, and there is Oakes able to convert to make it 3-3. So we're going right down to the wire. Of course, in the fifth game, it is Win by 2 with a ceiling of 8. If you have any questions, comments, anything else for me, you can send me a message on the Facebook Messenger. And picked up here on the 5 and a timeout. Oh, shout out to Judy Schober, watching back in Ohio, letting me know that you can indeed download the Foos app, not only on an iPhone, but on an Android as well. That's good to hear. Don't want to exclude anyone. But if you have any questions, comments, anything else, you can reach me Facebook Messenger, and I will check it periodically and love to shout you out or answer any questions or anything else. We're tied up at 3 here in the 5th game. Evan McGregor back in the forward position, puts it into play. That pass attempt partially blocked by Oakes. Comes back to Wierowski. One slides just wide of the goal and then kept out nicely by Coley on the rebound. Shannon has it taken away by Oakes, who will step away and call timeout. Callum Oakes having a good time, turning up the heat. Callum will put the ball into play, trying to come back from a 2-0 deficit against McGregor and Coley. Oakes finds the hole near side. It's match point, which makes this a must goal for McGregor and Coley. Evan will call timeout. Evan McGregor, of course, outstanding musician, great guitar player, blues, rock and roll, whatever. Very, very talented. Also a distance runner, I believe, for the University of Texas. Not an ounce of body fat, so he is still certainly running. Evan will step back to the table and put the ball back into play. Trying to bring it down the middle, stolen away by Oakes. Looking to complete the comeback and move on in the men's doubles championship event, but that one blocked up into the air and off the table. I guess it's open doubles. Women can play this event if they wish to. All the doubles events are held simultaneously, so you have to choose which one you do want to play in. And there's Coley from goal. Huge shot from Shannon to tie it at 4. He makes the block. He makes the shot to send it into overtime. Now it's win by 2, ceiling of 8. Oakes able to brush this one up. Callum waiting for that near side. Waiting, and then finds it. Pass here. You can see that's something they have been working on. I've seen them execute it a couple of times. Oakes along the wall. His second opportunity to send his team to the round of 16. Will call time out. Match point for Oakes and Wierowski. Yeah, it's a lesson that when you've got a team down, especially a talented team like Callum and Mike, you've got to put them away. You can't even open the door up if you can help it, of course. There it is, far side, stroking it home as Oaks. They were down 2 games to nothing, but win the final 3 games of this open doubles round of 32 match, and they advance to the round of 16. Evan McGregor, Shannon Coley finishing 17th.
Foos app is now available. Download now at foos-app.com.
At that 2 to 5 or that 3 to 5 at the end, I knew you were going wrong too. I was like,
I knew you knew I was going wrong. He knew I was going wrong.
I was surprised you didn't try to land. I thought you were either going to go wall or shot.
I didn't do want that speed. I didn't do want that speed until the end.
And that was quick. That's why I was.
I took an extra couple of tosses, and then with that pass.
I also went toe back to try to catch
And we've got some more action for you here on table number 1 as we continue our coverage of the 2026 ITSF Tornado World Series here in Dallas, Texas. That's the great Billy Pappas over there on the left side, the Hall of Famer. His partner, Matteo Gaudioli of Italy. And on the right, another Hall of Famer in Brandon Moreland. His partner out of Costa Rica, Joel Munoz. And Moreland gets his team on the scoreboard first here in game number 1. Best 3 games out of 5. Winner would advance to the quarterfinals in open doubles. Always a pleasure to watch Billy Pappas play. We don't get that opportunity too often. But we, of course, have been following Billy since he was a very young boy. And Brandon as well, although Brandon, I think, more of a teenager when he sort of broke through. Everyone was aware of Billy Pappas when he was 9 years old. Moreland looking to increase his team's lead, shooting against Gaudioli. Brandon takes his time, comes around the ball and calls timeout. I love these early game timeouts. You get a little momentum out of the gate. You're up 2-0. You want to kind of hold on to that, continue to stay focused. Step away, use that timeout. Let the opponents think about the fact that you're off to this good start. You've got a chance to increase your lead. Interesting to see as this match goes on how much switching we get with both teams. And there's Moreland putting it into play immediately into the pull shot. It's 3-0. Lulled Mateo to sleep, understandably. Here's Billy. Billy sporting that full arm tattoo and also sporting the great snake shot that he's always had. And it's now 3-1. When you have 2 great shooters like this, especially in a situation where they're basically both playing with non-professional players, that it oftentimes can come down to the 5-row. Who is going to get the most scoring opportunities on their 3-row? And so far, that's been Brandon Moreland. Takes advantage again here, and Brandon coming out hot in this round of 16 open doubles match. Taken away here by Munoz. Of course, his brother of the great Brandon Munoz, multiple world champion. And the turnover here from Munoz to Pappas. Quick flip over far side. See if we get a switch. We do. Watch, Billy doesn't take much time here. That quick flip, which tends to work 9 out of 10 times for him. And Tony Sprademan also likes to utilize that play. That's Pappas back there at goal. Brandon can't connect on it. And look out here. Pappas, a very good shooter at the goalie position. Fires that one on goal. Blocked by Munoz. Rebound grab by Moreland. Gaudioli defending. Beautiful brush up by Moreland. He'll shoot against Pappas, looking to win game 1. Try to come down the middle. Blocked by Billy. Rebound comes back to Joel Munoz. And the pass through that far lane. Not a lot of defensive movement. Billy baiting the inside. Brandon strokes home the long. It's 1-0. That's 3 games out of 5. The winner will advance to the quarterfinals. Hope you're enjoying our coverage of the 2026 ITSF Tornado World Series / Texas State Championships. Another full day of action for you tomorrow. As Pappas puts it into play, opening up game number 2. Trying to brush it through the lane, can't connect. Picked up here again by Munoz. And has it stolen away by Pappas. Billy will set it up, take a look. Shot attempt blocked up into the air and off the table. A couple of recent Hall of Famers playing the forward positions. A steal and a quick conversion from Billy. Moreland, a 2026 inductee. Also the great Stacy Fowler inducted this year. Pappas sent into the Hall of Fame. And I don't know what happened there. An outside bank. And then Munoz hustled after it, knocked it in on himself. An own goal makes it 2-0. Pappas went in last year to the National Hall of Fame with Tony Spredeman. Moreland. It's 2-1. Brandon, when he's getting chances, is not missing. Billy gently through the lane. Tried to bring it over and go dead man. Just didn't worry about the lateral speed. Just wanted to execute it. But it rimmed off the post. And when you're Matteo Gaudioli and Joel Munoz in this situation, going up against two of the greats ever, for you, it's get a little piece of them, do as much as you can defensively to get a block here and there, and especially in big situations, make sure you clear the zone. They don't need to score back there. If you do, it's a bonus. Also, make sure you capture those rebounds, you contain them. Don't give the opportunity the player their second opportunity, and Billy takes advantage of that here as he strokes it home near side. We've got a timeout. 3-1 lead here in the second game as Pappas and Gaudioli have responded after that first game loss. About 275 players here. 271 players here this weekend. Nice turnout for this great international event. Stepping back to the table, Brandon Moreland puts it into play, tried to go along that outside wall. He does that pass very well. Pappas was ready for it. Makes the block, makes the steal, makes the shot. It's 4-1. Strong opening game performance from Moreland and Munoz, but it's been a nice second game performance from Pappas and Gaudioli. And just like that, we are tied at 1 game apiece. So again, it comes down to which forward is going to get the most opportunities on their 3-row. The first game it was Moreland. The second game, Pappas was the forward who had the most shooting opportunities on the 3-row. Tied up at 1 game apiece in a match in the round of 16. Moreland and Munoz 1 game 1, 5-2, and then a 5-1 win for Pappas and Gaudioli as we open up game number 3. Moreland, the first scoring opportunity of game 3. Tried to go long, expecting Gaudioli to come off that hold. He did not. But he'll get a second chance here. And to give these top pro masters a second chance, they're usually going to score. To give them a third chance, they're almost certainly going to go 1 for 3, aren't they? Yes, as he finds the hole down the middle. One game apiece, 1-0 lead here in the third for Moreland and Munoz. Pappas responds. One in games, 1-1 in score as Moreland goes along that near wall. We'll set it up against Gaudioli. Brandon finds the straight hole. Matteo left it a little bit too long. We're going to get a switch. Of course, both these guys great forwards, but both Pappas and Moreland outstanding in the goalie position as well. both defensively and offensively. Another possession here for Billy. Shooting against Moreland, finds the far side of the goal to make it 2-2. And a timeout called by Pappas and Gadioli. Moreland and Munoz on the right. Pappas, Gadioli on the left. We're even at 2 here in game number 3 of this best of 5 match in the round of 16. Moreland can't connect. Every clear for these goalies is vital. Every possession for the forwards, vital. But the shooting percentages are going to be high. While Pappas almost able to react and grab that. Munoz sends that one down the middle where it's picked up on the 5 by Moreland. A little hesitation and a brush down by Moreland creates another scoring opportunity for Brandon. And a chance to give his team the lead here in game 3. Brandon sits, waits, and again finds that straight hole. Two forwards both shooting better than 70% so far in the match. Pappas' turn. And we're tied at 3 as he walked it and then tucked it into that near corner. Pappas will move back. Gadioli will move forward. Moreland. Gadioli with a block along the wall. But a nice grab there by Moreland, reacting quickly to reel it back in. He'll set it up shooting against Pappas. Moreland finds the hole down the middle. Just tucking it between Pappas's standard defense. It's 4-3. 10-10 over the last 20 goals. Been that kind of match. Pappas again against Moreland. Ties it at 4. Pappas thinking about it. I think he wants to defend the 5 here. It really comes down to who's going to get the last possession here. Right now it's advantage Moreland because he has the ball on the 5. 4-4 here in the 3rd. And Brandon will call time out. Here we go. Ball put back into play by Brandon. Moreland hard along that near wall. Looking to win game number 3. Brandon Moreland. A dead race from Gadioli, and there's Moreland stroking it home. It's 2-1. Risky play there by Matteo Gadioli to sit and just with a standard race try to beat Brandon Moreland to the hole, and he could not do so. Looking at some of the other teams that are competing, right now we got a father versus son matchup over on table 10 as Tom Yor and Jake Barnett are going up against Tommy Yor and Brandon Munoz. Certainly that is a team capable of winning here today. And Yor and Munoz Terry Rue, Blake Robertson. Good international team. Philip Kuchera, Bjorn Hoffman, both excellent players on the Tornado as well as internationally multi-table. Tony Sprademan playing with Rudy Brenner of Filoro. As we get game number 4 underway. Kind of an early round upset as 2-time world champions, 3-time world champions if you count internationally. Multi-table, Tracy McMillan and Dave Gummison lost in 5 games, 8-7 in the 5th. Jeff Pipkin Jr. and Michael Stahl. Wow, that must have been a heck of a match. And it's Moreland and Munoz on the scoreboard first here in game 4. It's a game that Pappas and Gaudioli must have. Pappas looking to get things started, and he does as he sets it up and strokes it home. It's funny, you think Billy is rushing the shot, but he knows exactly what he's doing and exactly where he's going to put it, and the timing is there. He has been very successful shooting it, even off those quick sets. And he is just so fast laterally. Again, Moreland tried to go all the way to that outside wall. Does get it through, but it comes off the back wall to his 3. For the early lead here in game 4, Moreland, who has not missed much. And there's the pull to the push kick. It's 2-1. Like we've only had a couple of missed shots on each side of the table from the forward position. There's one there. As Pappas again went with a quick one, and Munoz was there to make the block. Rebound grabbed on the 5 by Moreland. Goes along that near wall. Brandon kind of sets you up, making you think he's going to brush it, and then goes with a quick one. Usually effective, and there's Gaudioli posting him up to make the block and take it away. Gaudioli fires that pull kick wide of the goal. Rebound scooped up by Moreland. 2-1 lead for Brandon Moreland and Joel Munoz. This time Brandon couldn't hold on to that wall pass. A little too much on it, and Pappas comes back, brushing it through. Sets it up. And trying to come back down the middle, off the man and in. It's 2-2. Even at 2 here in game 4. Moreland putting it back into play again, able to go along that near wall. Brandon comes back with that rolling pull shot. It's 3-2. Big possession here for Pappas. Try to come near side, 2 blocks in a row from Munoz. Something we have not seen a lot of, and then Pappas almost lost it. Another chance for Billy. Maybe you look for a score and a switch here. Got to get the score first. Munoz with that three-man shuffle, but Pappas all the way around it to make it 3-3. Gaudioli looking up to see if Billy wants to make the switch. But he says no, I'm going to stop him on the 5. Brandon doesn't execute the pass. So now it's up to Mateo. Get that ball out of there. Give his partner a chance to pick it up, and he does. Nicely done. And Billy able to rattle this one through. Now Billy Pappas will shoot for the lead. As he rocks it. But there is Joel out there to make the block and take it away. Three here in game number 4. And taken away here by Moreland. Oh, Mateo Gaudioli got a piece of that one to keep it out. Looks like the hole was there. And Mateo able to grab it, clear it. Pappas scoops it up. And Billy, not a strong offensive effort there. Wanted to go with a quick one. And lost the grip halfway through the shot. So this is a big ball. 3-3 here in the 4th. Whatever you want to do when you have this ball back there at goal, you want to be aggressive. You want to do something aggressively, not necessarily shooting it down the middle. If you're going to do a pull kick, hit it hard. If you're going to do a pull shot, be careful going down the middle. These top pros will make you pay. And indeed, the steal by Moreland. Brandon. There's Gaudioli to make the block. Again, Moreland. And it's match point as Brandon finds that hole down the middle. Pappas and Gaudioli must have this ball to stay alive. I have to think if Billy scores this, he wants to be the last line of defense against Moreland. But we'll see. First he's got to score it, and he does. Finding the hole down the middle. You saw Gaudioli ask him. Billy continuing to say no. Billy wants to defend on the 5. The way Brandon's been shooting against both players, maybe that's the right move, but Brandon will call timeout. Stepping back to the table, Moreland will put it back into play. We're even at 4 here in game 4. Match point for Moreland and Munoz. And Brandon can't connect on the pass. You got to be careful if you're Gaudioli. You don't want to shoot it down the middle, but he'll call timeout. I wonder if you bring Billy back there to shoot this. I know he's thinking about it. He does have, I think, one timeout still remaining. And I think that's what's going to happen. Yep, let's get Billy back there, one of the best shooting goalies in the history of the sport. Also will serve as the last line of defense if Moreland does get a possession. And if Gaudioli is able to grab it, he'll call timeout, bring Billy back to forward as Pappas puts it into play. Just looking to get the ball to Gaudioli, but there's Munoz to contain it, sends it off the outside wall. Now that one off the inside wall by Pappas. Not sure he meant it, but he'll take it, and we are even at 2 games apiece. Here we go. 5th game underway, and the ball stolen away by Pappas. Billy closing out game 4 with that kind of pull to an inside bank, which not sure it was meant, but the result was there, and now Billy pounds that far corner to make it 1-0 here in the 5th. First time in the match that Pappas and Gaudioli have had their head above water. Lost that opening game 5-2, and were never really in it. Another steal here. Billy takes some time and rattles it home down the middle. It's 2-0. Well, Pappas has taken over this match. Somehow Moreland able to squeeze that one along the wall. This is a big shot. I think maybe you might see the score in the switch here. First you got to score it as Moreland sets up the pull shot. Has it blocked and taken away by Gaudioli. He sends that one up the table. Doing a good job of clearing the zone back there. And Munoz, good long pull kick. That one sliced up the table, picked up here by Mateo. Who clears it? Pappas picks it up on the 5. But can't connect on that pass. Up the table, Munoz. Moreland had it briefly, probably should have had it. Gaudioli. Again, you want to be careful here. Nothing that can be spiked like that. You got to keep it out of the front of the goal against these quick-handed top master players. A couple of Hall of Famers in the forward position. And that one cost him. It's now 2-1. Billy. 5 has looked good for Pappas. The 3 has looked really good, although Munoz here to make the block. Like since that first game, it's been Pappas who has controlled the midfield. And also shooting it well. It's 3-1. And Moreland can't connect through the lane, and Gaudioli able to contain it. Quick pass. You saw Pappas had it briefly, then really went after it, jarring the ball off the 5 of Moreland. It's immediately put into play by Brandon. Boy, there's a big ball here for Moreland and Munoz in particular. Billy keeps the defensive 5 looking pretty simple, but it's really good. His defensive 5 is excellent. Offensive 5 as well. And the 3-row gives him a 4-1 lead. What a performance by Pappas down the stretch here. Remember, it was 4-3 in the 4th game in favor of Moreland and Munoz. They had a match point. And they had a second match point at 4-4. But Pappas switched back to goal and was able to score it to win game 4. Now I would think if Moreland scores this, perhaps we see a switch. There's the score, 4-2. And indeed, Brandon will move back. Try to be the last line of defense against Pappas. Munoz can't stop Billy, who will set it up looking to win the match. Billy Pappas shooting against Brandon Moreland as he walks it and strokes it home near side. Impressive performance from Billy Pappas and Mateo Gaudioli as they defeat Brandon Moreland and Joel Munoz in 5 games, 2-5, 5-1, 4-5, 5-4, and 5-2 to advance to the quarterfinals. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Test, test. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Test, test. Got some more action for you in open doubles here on table number 1. It's going to be a quarterfinal match. Of course, we just saw Billy Pappas, Matteo Gadiolio about an hour ago advance to the quarterfinals with a win over Brandon Moreland and Joel Munoz. But now they're going up against maybe the greatest Tornado player of all time, certainly one of the greatest players, period, of all time, and Tony Spredeman. His partner, Rudy Brenner. It'll be best 3 games out of 5 with the winner of this one advancing to the semifinals. Jim Stevens back with you, table side here at the 2026 ITSF Tornado World Series and Texas State Championships. And here we go. Again, a couple of Hall of Famers in the forward positions. In Billy Pappas and Tony Spredeman, who both went in last year in 2025. And Billy Pappas will put it into play opening up game number 1. Pappas was really good in that previous match. The 5 was very effective, shooting percentage well above 70%. Brenner sends that one down the table wide of the goal where it's picked up by Gadioli. And for Matteo, talked to him after the match. He said it's difficult. It's hard to block him. And I said to him, I said, well, the key is to get one here, get one there, maybe on a 4-4 situation, just get a block. But great players are going to score. And then the other key for him is to clear the zone, which he did very well. He does so here as well. That one blocked up into the air and off the table. Will be put back into play by Rudy Brenner. Again, the winner of this one advances to the semifinals in open doubles. And Billy Pappas getting his team on the scoreboard first here in game 1. We got this quarterfinal match. Sam DeJohn, Cody Byrie going up against the Brusteins, Eric and Adrian. Carlos Espedas and Logan Hearn are facing Callum Oakes and Mike Wejrowski, who defeated Terry Rue and Blake Robertson in a round of 16 match. Espedas and Hearn eliminated Philip Kuchera of Austria and Bjorn Hoffman of Germany to get here. Immediately following this one, I believe the women's doubles final will be on the schedule. Although we're still waiting for an opponent for Sullivan Rue and Isabel Stelly, who have reached the final, and a steal here. Tied up at 1 here in game 1. It's Pappas. Fires it home near side. 2-1. Again, as it so often does, we talked about this in the last match. When you have 2 Hall of Fame forwards, it's going to come down to the 5-row. Who gets the most possessions? Pappas and Gadioli leading 2-1 here in the first. Gadioli continuing to clear. Brenner able to squirt that one through to Tony's 5. Legal because it did touch Pappas' 3-rod. And Tony will look to tie it at 2 here in game number 1. Spredeman works that far side, then a little bit of a hitch to get Gadioli off the hole, and then converting to that far corner to make it 2-2. But Pappas, whose 5 has looked really good, will have another chance here against Brenner. He rocks and strokes it home far side. Boy, Billy hitting the corners beautifully so far. It's 3-2, and we've got a timeout. Also in the quarterfinals, another pre-tournament favorite, Tommy Orr and Brandon Munoz, are awaiting the winner of the Jeff Pipkin Jr., Michael Stahl, Hani Alami, Charles Moore match. Trailing 3-2 here in the first game. Spredeman puts the ball into play. Try to go along the wall. Pappas with the steal. Really likes to get it moving slowly here. Tried to chip that one up. Does get it through. Will set it up looking to increase his team's lead. But there is Brenner with a block. Stabbed towards the goal with a fly by Tony. Sent back the other way off the inside wall by Gaudioli. Fortunate effort there, but it's now 4-2 in favor of Pappas and Gaudioli. Tony with a steal. Let's see if we get a score and a switch. Spreaderman working the near side. All the way back out to the far. And then stroking it home to that far side of the goal to make it 4-3. And Tony's going to dig defensively on the 5. Rudy's going to remain at the goalie position. Tony does take it away here. Spredeman nicely along the outside wall. Can tie game 1 up at 4, and he quickly does. 2 in a row from Spredeman and Brenner have evened this first game up at 4 goals apiece. Pappas, though, through the lane. Chance to win game number 1 here for Pappas. Billy rocking and then firing it home near side. So Billy Pappas, Matteo Gaudioli hold on to win game number 1, 5-4. They lead 1-0. This is a matchup that we have seen for many years. 2 forwards who can score the ball almost at will with great 5 rows, great all-around games. Of course, Pappas, a couple of hiatuses during that 20-year or so period, but remember the first time these 2 young players they were back then, both of them 18 or 19 years old, up in Minnesota at the national championships, playing in the finals of open singles. Gaudioli up the table and a nice save there by Brenner. Rudy going to slow it down a little bit here. Got to be careful going down the middle. And it's stolen away by Pappas. Billy shooting it awfully well so far. Will reset, regrip. And that one blocked and taken away by Brenner. Tried to clear it near side, intercepted by Pappas. That's the things we're going to look at. Obviously, shooting percentage on the 3 for both players is going to be high. 2 wins the battle on the 5, and the other thing would be the clearing percentage for the 2 goalies. Because turnovers will kill you. As a goalie, you turn it over to the 3 rod of these great players. They're going to make you pay most of the time. And Matteo gets in the way of this one up into the air and off the table. No score here in the second game. 1-0 lead for Billy Pappas and Matteo Gaudioli. Another block here by Brenner. Not sure Billy liked his execution on that one. And that ball can't be contained by Brenner, which gives Billy another opportunity to strike first here in game number 2, and he does to that near corner to make it 1-0. Tony working that far wall. And finds the near side. It's 1-1. We try to go down along the wall, blocked by Spredeman. And then a chip up angle, beautifully executed by Pappas. But there's Brenner again to make the block. That one off the edge of the table right back towards the goal. Gadioli will send it back the other way, clearing it to give Billy a chance. And Pappas near side blocked by Brenner, but it top spins into the goal. It's 2-1. Rudy was there, but that spin carried it through, and sometimes you got to block a ball twice. But back comes Spredeman. And we're tied at 2. If you're Matteo Gadioli or if you're Rudy Brenner, you've got to be content with maybe blocking 25-30% if you can. It's just making sure you do all the other things, and that includes, as we've talked about, the clearing, not turning the ball over, blocking the slop, containing the ball when it comes into your area, all those other things that a goalie can do to contribute. Tony now with a chance to give his team the lead, and he does. And then every once in a while on a key point, getting a key block if you can. But these great players are going to score. And Gadioli could not contain that one, giving Tony an opportunity and a goal, and we're going to get a timeout here. So the momentum now on the side of Spredeman and Brenner. And watch here as Billy's shot attempt rattles in, kind of spun into the goal. Tony came back with a shot to the corner, the near corner, then the far, and then again to the near, kind of a quick set. Spredeman and Brenner now just a goal away from evening this match up at 1 game apiece. And Tony able to steal it away from Billy. That goes back along the wall, and he'll set it up looking to win game 2. Tony Spredeman from snake shot position, blocked back the other way by Gadioli, picked up by Pappas. And what a turnaround there. Looked like Tony could win that game up 4-2. Instead, it was blocked and sent back the other way, where Pappas cuts it to 1, now at 4-3. You gotta always watch out for Billy from goal, and there it is. That long pull shot evens it at 4. 2 in a row from Pappas and Gadioli. Back comes Spredeman, who will shoot against Pappas with another chance to win the second game. Spredeman. Shot near side, blocked and taken away by Pappas. Billy's shot attempt back towards the goal, kept out by Brenner. Brenner along the near wall. I don't think Tony can quite reach it, although not from lack of trying. That means Pappas will put it back into play. He's already scored once from back here. Going to set it up near side, it would appear. And then tried to come down the middle, blocked by Spredeman back into the goal. It's 1 game apiece. Even if you're Billy Pappas, you got to be careful going down the middle against the great Tony Spredeman. Pappas and Gadioli won game 1, 5-4. Spredeman and Brenner respond with a 5-4 victory in game number 2. And we'll head to game 3, even at a game apiece. Pappas working the corners beautifully. Always a pleasure to watch these two all-time great forwards. And Pappas simply loses that one back to Spredeman. You know, a few years ago for Foos Talk Live, and by the way, today marks the 300th episode of Foos Talk Live with Tom Robinson and company. But we had a list a few years ago of the greatest players of all time, top 50 greatest players. Tony Spredeman, of course, I believe finished number 2. That's top 50 all time on the American Tour, and now Pappas converts near side. to open up the scoring here in Game 3. And Billy Pappas was right around 10 somewhere, and maybe a little higher than that. But the only thing kind of holding Billy back, a couple of things. One is just there were periods of time where he just didn't compete. The lack of a doubles world championship. That one sent up the table by Brenner sort of gets through Gaudioli, or even at 1. But really, these are 2 of the top 10 players to ever play on the American Tour. And Billy did win 4 open singles world titles, and also a great multi-table player, has world championships on other tables, and there is Brenner up the table and off a man and in. Rudy being aggressive offensively, and it results in a lead for his team here in game number 3. Tony can't quite steal that one. Pappas had some difficulty with it. It squirts forward to Brenner, who tried to come along that near wall, does clear the zone. Pappas watches as Sprademan will pass. And Tony now with a chance to increase his team's lead here in this 3rd game. But you look at all the great players here this weekend. Sprademan, of course, one of those, finds that near corner. It's 3-1. Steve Murray, of course, all-time great, top 20 player. Dave Gummison, Tracy McMillan, right up there, top 20-25. And a flip over far side by Sprademan. It's 4-1. And Pappas and Gaudioli will call timeout. Stacey Fowler, Hall of Famer here. Lotus Chesborough. Other players eventually fair chance of reaching the Hall of Fame. Certainly when you look at Tommy Yore and Brandon Munoz, they're on a Hall of Fame track. Sullivan Rue. Tom Yore also here as a Hall of Famer. Terry Rue, I think, will get in soon. So Brenner with a score, pitching in offensively. Tony, of course, continuing to pound that ball to the corner in that particular highlight. And it's 2-1 now in favor of Sprademan and Brenner. And it's Sprademan getting the bulk of the possessions here. Brenner again pitching in from goal. Here we go, 4th game underway, and the key is going to be for Billy Pappas to get some possessions. Billy can't connect here. Rudy brings it down the middle again, giving Tony a chance to scoop it up, which he does. Smoothly along that outside wall. And quickly to that near corner. Tony Sprademan hitting on all cylinders right now, and somehow Billy's got to counteract that, but he has it taken away by Tony. Remember, Pappas and Gaudioli won game 1. But it's been all Sprademan and Brenner since then, as they won second game 5-4, 5-1 in the 3rd. Outscoring them 10-5 and now 12-5 over the last 2+ games. Pappas needs this one. And he gets it in the switch. And now it's time for Billy to be an impact player from both positions. It's going to need to be as Tony puts it into play against Gaudioli. He'll shoot against Pappas. Shot down the middle. Blocked, and is Gaudioli able to grab it? It's good enough. He'll call timeout and bring Pappas back to forward. Pappas will put the ball back into play. Can't connect on the pass. Here's Rudy. That one's going to spin away from Pappas, but it is, it's Tony's ball. That's right. Sprademan and Brenner were up 2-0 here in this 4th game. And Pappas with the steal. And Billy still having difficulty getting possessions. Brenner up the table to Tony. Tony went wide of the goal with that one. Toll looked like he was there. And the left hook to make it 3-1. Tony been saving that one. Match point for Tony Sprademan and Rudy Brenner. One lead for Sprademan and Brenner. Pappas makes it 4-2. We get the switch. A chance to win it here for Tony, looking to send his team to the semifinals. Tony Sprademan fires it home in 4 impressive games. Tony Sprademan and Rudy Brenner defeat Billy Pappas and Matteo Gaudioli, who will finish in a 5th place tie. And Tony and Rudy advance to the semifinals of open doubles. You saw that beautiful cut angle by Tony against Billy Pappas. So Sprademan and Brenner, the first team in the semifinals. The final 4. 3 other matches taking place now to see who will join them here shortly. And hi again, once again, everybody. Jim Stevens back with you here on table number 1 for the women's doubles final. Got the defending champion, Stacey Fowler, Miriam Ali on the right. Sullivan Rue, Isabel Stelly, the powerhouse team on the left. We're underway, best 3 games out of 5. Of course, if you remember last year, Fowler and Ali won the championship with an incredible performance from Miriam Ali in particular. But it's Rue on the scoreboard first here in game 1. Stacey Fowler, their new Hall of Famer, inducted this year. This one taken away by Stelly. Show you how strong of a team Sullivan Rue and Isabel Stelly are. They were the 2 finalists in women's singles, with Rue coming out on top. Taken away by Fowler. Stacey Fowler, a former Tornado women's singles champion and women's doubles champion with Shelley Langley a few years ago. And she ties it up at 1. She won that singles championship now. It's been, good 23 years or so. And I recall she beat Cindy Head in the final. And Miriam almost losing it. Miriam always looking to bank, and of course, Sully knows that. We're even at 1. And there is Rue setting up and scoring that push shot. 2-1 lead early on for Rue and Stelly. Sullivan will again set it up. No, going to go with a rolling push shot down the middle. It's 3-1. Another pickup here for Rue. And it's 4-1. And this is what this team is capable of. They can score in clusters and do it very quickly. Sully down the middle. And again, splitting the defense of Miriam. You gotta always overplay the long, of course, which opens up those other holes. And now a chance for Rue to put away game number 1. She sets it up, trying to go inside to that straight hole. Blocked, but then coming back and scoring it to make it 5-1. And the first game goes to Sullivan Rue and Isabel Stelly. There's that straight. So she's working the inside with a couple of splits, a straight, and another. She has yet to score that long or even shoot the long. She hasn't had to. Second game underway, and Stacey Fowler needs possessions. Miriam Trying to bank that one off the inside wall. Rebound grabbed by Stelly. 5-1 win in that first game, and a takeaway here by Fowler. Stacey, more of a traditional snake shot shooter. She'll set it up, rock it, and go to the corners or down the middle. Sully beautifully through the high lane. See what she does here. Again, going inside. That one tucking it through the reverse defense of Miriam Ali. And the steal. A runaway train right now, folks. 6-1 so far. Make it 7. That one gets through and in. Stacey Fowler and Miriam Ali finished up their semifinal maybe 15 minutes ago. A win over Hannah Bufkin and Vesti Hoffman. And from goal, there's Stelly. And what can you do if you're Stacey Fowler and Miriam Ali? You can slow the pace down. You can try doing that. Obviously, you got to dig defensively against the 5. The quick pass into the push kick is 4-0. It's 9-1 so far here, folks. Sully continuing to hit the inside part of the goal with straights and splits. Stelly pitching in. Stacey Fowler, Miriam Ali facing a buzzsaw early on. Sully just not missing much. There is a block. She also blocks the rebound, and then Stacey sends it in with a 5. Stacey says, let me give her a try. Does keep that one out. And then has it stolen away by Sully, who will set up the push shot and again find the straight hole. It's 2-0. 10-2 so far. Fowler putting it into play, opening up game number 3, and there's Stelly to the corner. The onslaught continues. What a performance so far from Sullivan Rue and Isabel Stelly. And that one back into the goal. The defensive goal here. If Stacey even got a man on that. Beautiful bounce pass here by Rue, who fires that one home. In fact, that one probably went to the big dot and then sprayed to the long hole. And it's now 2-1. And Stelly with a turnover here, picked up by Fowler. Needs to take advantage of these opportunities. Stacey rocks. Shot far side, nice switch and block by Stelly. Rebound comes back to Fowler. He will grip it. And have it blocked by Stelly to the near side this time. Rebound back to Ali. Isabel, a little lucky to survive that little bit of a flurry. We'll call timeout. 2-1 lead here in game 3 for Sullivan Rue and Isabel Stelly. They lead 2-0. Putting it back into play is Stelly. That shot down the middle, blocked by Fowler on the 5. Comes back to Isabel. And picked up here on the 5 by Sullivan Rue. Miriam able to block that shot down the middle. Sully again. This time she is able to cut it back between the defensive men of Miriam Ali. And it's 3-1. And a shot down the middle by Stelly makes it championship point. We get a switch. Miriam moving forward, Stacy moving back. It has been all Sullivan Rue and Isabel Stelly. And that one blocked back into the goal, and there it is. Sullivan Rue and Isabel Stelly are the 2026 ITSF Tornado World Series Women's Doubles Champions. And what a performance, winning 5-1, 5-1, and 5-1 to win the title and stand tall on the podium tomorrow. Well, just finished an expert doubles match and joining this one, which apparently is going rather quickly. It is already match point for Tommy Yor and Brandon Munoz. Beautiful slingshot, but Yor there to make the block. What a dynamic duo this is on the left side, right? It's Munoz and Yor, hand speed galore. Didn't mean to rhyme that. I guess I sort of did. But incredible hand speed with these two, and a chance already now for Brandon to put it away. And a timeout called here, or time called here. Pipkin took a little bit too much time. Ball awarded to Munoz. Long pull shot here by Stahl. Tommy Yor will move back into the forward position and look to put away the match once again here. Match point number 2 for Yor and Munoz. Oh, the steal and then into the goal for Yor. 3 straight games. It is Tommy Yor and Brandon Munoz who will advance to the semifinal. We now have a semifinal match for you on table number 1 in open doubles. Tony Spredeman in the forward position out of the United States. His partner out of Austria is Rudy Brenner. They'll be on the right side of your screen, and over there on the left will be the Bruchsteins brothers from Germany, Adrian and Eric. Adrian in the forward position, Eric at goal. Of course, Tony and Rudy defeated Billy Pappas, Matteo Gadioli in the quarterfinals. Eric and Adrian bested Sam DeJohn, Cody Byrie, 8-7 in the fifth. In a very intense match over on table number 2 a little while ago. In the other semifinal, you've got Tommy Yore and Brandon Munoz, and Callum Oakes and Mike Wyrowski. How about that? All right, so the two young Germans on the left. Of course, Tony Spredeman, one of the greats of all time, on the right. His partner, Rudy Brenner. Adrian goes through the high lane. Catching it on the 3-rod, will set it up against Rudy. Shot attempt here, blocked up into the air and off the table by Rudy Brenner. Brenner will put the ball back into play. And turns this one over to Adrian. And he finds that hole to the far side. One thing we've seen, and this is the first time I have seen Adrian play. I've maybe seen Eric play once earlier this weekend, but one thing I like with Adrian so far, he's had 2 possessions. He's took his time nicely on both. But Tony comes right back, stroking that one home to make it 1-1. They've got to find a way to contain Tony, whether that's on the 5 or the 3. And Tony will continue to adjust as the match goes on, and that sometimes the adjustment part of it can be difficult for young players. It's a skill that slowly but surely gets developed in that you adjust, then you adjust again after they adjust. Spredeman 1 for 1 shooting it so far. A lot of defensive movement from Eric. Tony tried to come near side. Rebound grabbed by Eric Bruchsteins. And he's able to stroke home that pull shot from goal. It's 3-1. So the Bruchsteins brothers off to a good start here in this opening game, as they really need to do. And they're going to call timeout. And 3-2 now. Tony is going to move back. And the steal here made by Rudy will grab it on the 5 row and call timeout. And Tony will step back into the forward position. Put it into play. He takes it across the table. Trying to bounce that one through. Does get it through. And we'll set it up, looking to tie it up, and quickly, before Eric can get into his defense, Tony able to convert. And that's what Tony is doing right now. He has made the adjustment. Let's not let Eric get in there with all that movement and hand speed. Let's hit him quickly. Tony did so. It's 3-3, and now Tony will defend against Adrian, who finds that hole down the middle. Four 3 now in favor of the Brusteins brothers. And Tony got it through but couldn't hold on to it. Here's Eric, who scored from this position a little bit earlier on in this opening game. And they'll call timeout. I believe that's their second. 4-3 lead for Eric and Adrian Brusteins here in game number 1. See, Tony didn't take much time and found the hole. Sometimes that's what you got to do, especially with a kid who is like right there. The kid is so quick back there and lots of movement, covering a lot of the goal. And there are times you just want to get it and go before he has a chance to get that defense set up. Eric will put the ball back into play. And Tony sends it right back into the goal with a 5. 4-4. Tony staying in the forward position. Defending against Adrian's 5. Blocks that brush down pass. Adrian tried to circle the ball and then brush it through. Tony back along the wall using his speed against him. And then the quick flip over far side. It's 1-0, just like that. And again, Tony going with the quick one. You could see it. Not letting his opponent get into the defense. Flips it over far corner. Nice little comeback by Tony Spredeman and Rudy Brenner as they claim the opening game 5-4. Tony made the adjustments very quickly in that first game. And I'm sure Tony has probably competed against these guys before and has seen them in Germany. Knows what he's up against. Adrian, who came out shooting it well, just didn't get a lot of opportunities after those first 2 or 3. Again, taking his time nicely and then cut that one back down the middle. Adrian with a block. Tony didn't execute the pass. Does bounce this one through. Spredeman working that far side. Going to take a little bit more time here, and he finds the back of the goal to that near side. Tony really heating up here. Adrian went with a quick one. Doesn't execute there. Grabbed on the 5 by Spredeman. Swings and misses on a left hook, and it comes back to Adrian on the 3. And he'll call timeout. See Adrian cutting that one between, and based on reaction, it was something that was intentional. But Tony answered. 1-1 here in game number 2. 1-0 lead for Tony Spredeman and Rudy Brenner. Adrian puts it back into play, and again, finding the inside. The Brusteins brothers, an early lead in game number 2. Just as in the first game. They were up 3-1 and up 4-3 in the opening game. And then this guy took over. Evens it at 2. If you're a defender against Tony Spredeman, he's going to get his. You know that, right? You just got to try to get a piece of him. Just get one here and there, and then make sure you do something positive offensively with the ball, whether that is just shoot it, pass it, clear it. You saw Tony lean over and let his partner Rudy know that it was time for a timeout. Very tight middle here. A little bit of a hitch right before that to make the defender think corner. It's an identical shot on the other end. It remains 2-2 here in the second. Rudy sends that one down the middle. Adrian had it briefly, and now Tony will take it across. He can't connect on the pass. Eric trying to go to the short side with that pull shot. Back the other way comes Rudy. Key to the match is going to be right here. Can Adrian get close to as many possessions from his 5 to his 3 and on his 3-rod as Tony does? Adrian is shooting it well. Just needs to get those possessions. And Rudy up the table off a man and in. Like Rudy just wanted to get that one and get rid of it. He did. Caught a break as it hit off the defender and angled in, and they're now up 3-2, already leading 1-0. Here's Adrian. Continuing to shoot it well. It's 3-3. We're going to get a switch here. Eric up, Adrian back. Get it, just can the Germans get enough possessions on that 3-rod to take advantage of the good shooting, and that pass ends up in the goal for Tony. Another break here for Spredeman and Brenner. That's 2 in a row, and they're up 4-3. Now Tony's going to move back and defend. A lot of times when Tony does this, and he doesn't do it a lot, he just wants to demonstrate for his partner what he thinks would be a good defense. And if he thinks it is a good defense. But Tony generally not going to spend a lot of time at goal. He's very confident with his defensive 5, feels like he can stop any forward. Does like to bank the ball back here on occasion. Let's see what he does. Trying to pass it, trying to clear it, maybe get Rudy a possession to bring Tony back to forward. Now Eric was looking at the banks. Tony, of course, so quick back there. Also has a really good push shot. But the pass along the outside wall, caught by Brenner. They'll call timeout and bring Tony back to forward. Well, that is obviously a play that they have worked on. Rudy had the man down, was in position to catch it. Tony laid it on there. Rudy quickly called the timeout to bring the great Spredeman back to forward. Now Tony with a chance to give his team a 2-0 lead. Looking to advance to the open doubles final here in this match. Play the winner of Oakes and Wejrowski and Tommy Yore and Brandon Munoz. Tony shooting against Adrian, who is back there, and he finds the hole down the middle. It's 2-0. Spredeman and Brenner up 2-0 after a 5-4 win in the first game, a 5-3 win in game number 2. Tony has just been superb offensively throughout this match. Here we go, third game underway. Adrian back in the forward position, and again, he's been shooting it well. He just needs more shots. He's going to get one here, shooting against Brenner. Adrian, shot off the outside corner, and off the man and in. It's 1-0. Brademan back along the wall. That is a deadly pass. He's counting on you to react. It's hard not to. Brademan shot attempt blocked by Eric. Comes back to Tony. Looking to even it up at 1 here in game number 3. Tony Spredeman fires it home deep to that near corner. Wow. Not much of a hole there. Adrian just needs to continue to get the ball, but Tony takes it away. Tony checking. Quickly along the wall. And there's Adrian to make the steal. Shot attempt knocked down by Rudy. Another shot attempt blocked by Brenner and picked up on the 5 by Spredeman. 1-1 here in game number 3. 2-0 lead for Tony Spredeman and Rudy Brenner. And taken away here by Adrian. And quite a weekend for the Brusteins brothers. I believe Erica was 3rd in men's singles. Here they are in the semifinals of open doubles as well. That one's going to trickle off a couple of men and drop in. That's 2 of those from Rudy, who is being aggressive back there. And when you are, good things are going to happen. That's 2 goals for Rudy. In through the high lane. The 5's been very good for Adrian. Rudy has blocked the last couple of shots. Let's see what he can do here against Adrian, who finds the hole to the far side. We're even at 2. Brademan through the lane. Tony's so good at reading the situation. Looking to give his team the lead from snake shot position. Tony Spredeman working that far side, then takes it right back out to that far side. That is a shot that he loves to use and probably shoots 90% on, where he takes it out to that far side of the goal, gives a little bit of a hitch to get the defender off the corner, and then is able to convert. 3-2 now in favor of Spredeman and Brenner. Makes this a big shot for Adrian, who rocks. Overplaying the middle, as you can see. And Adrian will call timeout. You always want to, when you see these young players, especially the European players, but the American players as well, how good are they at managing their game, at using their timeouts, at taking their time? Look how deep that one was. Back the other way for Tony. Tony's going to step back there and defend. And Tony has something in mind that he thinks Adrian is going to do. Let's see. As Adrian sets it up and goes with a quick one. That's a smart play by Adrian Brustein, taking a page from Tony's book. As he got it and went with it, didn't give Tony a chance to get into his defense. We're even at 3, but back comes Spredeman, who will shoot against Adrian, looking to return the favor. Spredeman trying to come near side, posting up to make the block is Adrian Brusteins, who will call time out. There you saw the quick one from Adrian. This is Eric now moving back into the goalie position. We're even at 3. That one fired down the table, ends up on the 5 of Spredeman. See if Tony works that wall. Yep, going back to that wall. And again, it's hard to resist. You got to come off once it bounces. And Spredeman shot at him far side, taken away by Eric. Brustein's brothers trying to stay alive in this semifinal match. Adrian, pass attempt. First one blocked, second one gets through. Not a lot of frills to Adrian's game. Very direct, very fundamentally sound. Keeps it pretty simple. That one not contained after the block by Brenner, which gives Adrian another chance, and he takes advantage. Stroking it home to that far side to make it 4-3. Again, the switch. Adrian moving back, Eric moving up. Spredeman quickly along the outside wall. Shooting against Adrian, looking to tie it at 4. Spredeman back down the middle. It's match point for Tony Spredeman and Rudy Brenner. Tony will stay in the forward position here, trusting his defensive 5. Adrian looking for a possession. Try to go along the wall, stolen away by Tony, who can put it away right here. And he does. Tony Spredeman and Rudy Brenner in 3 straight games, 5-4, 5-3, 5-4, have defeated the Brustein's brothers of Germany and have advanced to the Open Doubles Final here at the 2026 ITSF Tornado World Series here in Dallas. Another great performance by one of the greats ever.
3. 1, 2, 3, probando. Uno, dos, tres, 1, 2, 3. Ok, ok.
Ya ahora sí, aunque estemos en cualquier ronda, porque pienso que no quiero andar haciendo el trámite y luego cambiando la mesa.
Eric! Eric!
Handbootfehler. In the first set was 4-4. I think
Better than yesterday.
anything can happen.
It can happen. It can definitely happen.
I'm on yours.
I hope so. Come on. I haven't said out you all weekend, bro. Great job, boys. I'm the same.
That sounds good.
You have to win your here, everybody's at one side. Anything can happen, so brackets are very different.
All right, folks, we're back on table number 1 with the open doubles final, and this should be fun. It's Tommy Orr, Brandon Munoz on the left, Tony Spredeman, Rudy Brenner on the right. And Tommy on the scoreboard first. Of course, Tommy and Tony went head-to-head in that singles final yesterday, with Tony coming out on top this time. Shot down the middle here by Tony. Spredeman has looked really good here this weekend, folks. I mean, he always does, right? But he seems very focused, really wants it. Came back from a 2-0 deficit to Tommy in that singles final. That one lost by Tommy back to Brandon. One here in game number 1, best 3 games out of 5. And again, in the Swiss format, it's just one match. It's not what many Americans are used to with that double elimination format. You play the qualifying matches in the morning, early afternoon, and you move into the elimination bracket where it's win or go home. Tommy will shoot for the lead. And he finds it as he strokes it home to that near side. So you certainly have 3 of the best Tornado foosball players in the world on this table. And at this stage, maybe you would put them 1, 2, 3. Maybe throw Ryan Moore in there as well. And then Rudy, of course, who is an international player and has played, obviously, on Tornado. He's quite good. But certainly not in the class of the other 3, or maybe doesn't have the experience that the other 3 do in big matches. But he has played very well. He's done exactly what he needed to do up till now. He's scored a little bit. He has defended well. He's cleared the zone, doing all the basics of what a goalie needs to do. We're even at 2 here in game 1 as Tommy will set it up against Rudy. Orr walking it and then brings it all the way near side, stroking it home to make it 3-2. Lateral speed on that shot. Remarkable. Tony coming back. And we'll see from the point of view of table management whether Tony at some point may jump back there in a defensive situation. We have seen that so far here this weekend. But Tony also a guy who has great confidence in his defensive 5. Sometimes he will not make that switch, counting on that defensive 5 to make the block and potentially the steal. Does make a steal here, and he looks to even it at 3, but there's Munoz getting in the way to block it and take it away. And knocked back into the goal by Tony defensively. And here we will see that switch with Tony moving back, Rudy moving forward. But watch here as Tommy works the inside. And Tony answers with a middle of his own. Even at 3 here in game number 1. And indeed, Rudy will move to forward. Tony in a defensive situation will step back into the goalie position. As Tommy Orr will put it into play quickly through the lane. He'll shoot against Tony. Orr for the lead. It's 4-3. Tony committed, had 2 of the 3 covered. Tommy chose the one that was open and has given his team that 1-goal lead here in game number 1. And we've got a timeout. Referees for the match, Terry Rue and Miriam Ali. Watch how he worked it all the way out to the far side, then to the near. And there's the defensive goal. And then Tommy against Tony. A 4-3 lead here in the first game. Favor of Tommy Orr and Brendan Munoz. Again, Tony working that lane. Spredeman, quick shot attempt blocked by Munoz. Different approach here. You see Brandon just simply trying to cover as much of the goal as he can. 2 blocks in a row, but both of them spin back to Tony. Will reset, regrip, walk it. And then stroke that one down the middle, again blocked by Munoz up into the air and off the table. Some good defense by Brandon Munoz. We saw Tony use the strategy of taking away 2 of the 3 holes. Right now, Brandon Munoz trying to take away all 3 of them with that Lewis shuffle. Of course, that defense, maybe even a little faster, made famous by the great Lewis Cartwright, the Hall of Famer. And a steal here by Yor, looking to close out game number 1 against Rudy Brenner, and he does. Well, Tommy Yor, Brandon Munoz, strong opening game performance as they win the first game and they lead 1-0. A 5-3 win in that first game for Yor and Munoz. It says 5-4 on the scoreboard, but that was a 5-3 victory for Yor and Munoz. Don't forget, Foos app, available now at the App Store. You may have to put in the search Foos-app to find it in the App Store. Although I also had somebody, Judy Schober, say that she was able to download it to a Google device, an Android device. Apparently not on the App Store, not on the Play Store, but online. So go get your app, however you need to do it. Second game underway. Tony will put it into play. Bounce it through the lane.
Just want to listen.
Sprayed him into that far corner. Little different approach there from Brandon Munoz, who was posting him up. Wasn't trying to use that shuffle. And, you know, when you do use that Lewis shuffle, especially early in a match, it can kind of wear you down. Back comes Tommy. Not sure Tommy has missed a shot yet. That continues. Key for Rudy is just get one when you need it. Make sure you're doing all those other things, clearing the zone, blocking the slop, containing the ball when it gets into your area. There's Brandon staying home to make the block. 1-1 here in game 2. Fired on goal by Munoz. Rebound grabbed nicely by Yor. That one blocked by Rudy up into the air. That one did not go off the table. Awfully close, but off the corner and then right back on. Boy, Tommy playing very focused right now. This looks like the Tommy Yor we saw for the first 2 games of that open singles final. And you know, Tommy remembers that. You know that he is making sure that he comes out with a great game plan, comes out and executes it the entire match. Tony with a big possession early on here, trailing 2-1, trailing 1-0 as he walks it. Trying to come near side, Munoz. Not a lot of defensive movement, but playing some very smart defense. Again, he's there. One thing we have seen Tony do in the past is begin to go with some quick hitters. Nice save there by Rudy to keep it out. But to get it and go, not give Brandon a chance to get into his defense, something we saw earlier against the Brusteins. Another chance here for Tony. Looks like the corners, or one of the corners, is going to be open. Let's see if Tony can find it. But again, Munoz is there to make the stop. And, you know, Brandon Munoz maybe doesn't get enough credit for how good he is back here. Not a guy you would think of as a traditional goalie, but there's the pass from Munoz. Knocked down there by Rudy. Rebound comes back to Tommy. Tommy dances with... Excuse me. Another block here by Rudy, and he keeps out the rebound as well. Hold on. Going to get a call here. They're going to talk about it. You may want to go review the video, which they can do. Talking about it first. Terry and Miriam. And let's see what they call. I think they're going to give it to Tony on the 5, which is probably what they should do here, yes. Tommy's okay with it. He stays focused. Tony slides that one along the wall. Tony is getting possessions, but Brandon Munoz is getting blocks. Spreadman again, looking to even it at 2 here in game 2 as he rocks. Had to come near side off the man and in, but again, Brandon Munoz was there. Could not keep out the rebound. We're even at 2 here in game 2. Tommy Yore, been sensational so far. Then he strokes it home near side. It's 3-2. Tony's 5 has been nearly unstoppable. And another possession here for Spreadman. Looking to even it at 3. If he scores here, we're probably going to get a switch. That one rimmed off the post. Rebound flies back to the 5 of Spreadman. Tony trying to go back along the wall. Tic-tac wall pass stolen away by Yore. We'll take it across the table and look to advance it. Can't connect on the pass. Fortunately for Tommy, it comes off that wall right back to him, and he nails home that left hook. It's 4-2. It has been the Tommy Yore show so far. He has been sensational. Tony finds the near corner. Get a switch here, thinking about it? No. Again, Tony trusting his defensive 5. Tommy able to slide it on that along that far wall. Yore fires it home far side. It's 2-0. Wow. Tommy Yore's 5, Tommy Yore's 3, both on fire, but really you've also got to credit the goalie, Brandon Munoz, who has defended Tony about as well as you can. That one got through. The hustling Brandon Munoz. But this guy, not missing much. And a left hook out of nowhere. You can see that took a little life out of Tony. All right, Spreadman and Brenner have some work to do. Let's see if Tommy can continue to play at this extraordinary level. Tony brushes it along the outside wall. We'll set it up against Munoz. There's the shuffle. And Tony finds that corner. One thing you know about Tony Spreadman, he is going to make adjustments, and Tommy able to pick this one up off that back wall. An extra possession here for Yore. And he takes advantage as he nails that near corner. It's 1-1. Spreadman beautifully brushing it through the lane. And to the far corner here, it's 2-1. So Tony has decided, despite all that movement, despite the Lewis shuffle seemingly covering the entire goal, he has decided that those corners are open. And so far, he's 2 for 2 in that assessment here in game number 3. Tony digging defensively against Yore, who goes through the lane. Looking to even it at 2 here in game 3. Rudy there to make the block, take it away. Went with a quick one. And that's another way, though, that a goalie can certainly have an impact on a match, and that is the tempo, the pacing. After you make a block against Tommy Yore, take 10, 12, 13, 14 seconds. Slow the thing down. Nothing can happen while you have that ball back there. Let him think about the fact that you just blocked it. Shot down the middle on goal by Munoz. Rebound comes back to Brandon. Being aggressive offensively. That one rattles towards the goal. Now here, take some time. Take some time. Don't just get it and get it out of there. For you young goalies, tempo and pacing can make all the difference at times. Tommy with a rare misexecution. Bit of an opening here for Tony and Rudy if they can take advantage of it. And here's Tony picking up the loose ball, setting it up. Looking to increase his team's lead here in game 3. A little bit more separation defensively from Munoz. But there is Brandon to make the block on that near corner. I almost think maybe a tap middle might be effective here. Another shot on goal by Munoz. Grabbed by Brenner. Off the inside wall, sent towards the goal by Tony, and again grabbed by Munoz. The other thing, too, Tommy Orr, Brandon Munoz, they don't mind playing high-speed foosball. They're incredible at it, right? You got to counter that. And Rudy does take a little more time here, but it's picked off by Orr. It goes along that wall. Tony thought he was there. Tommy. And the switch and the block by Brenner up into the air and off the table. Rudy will put the ball back into play. Sends that one up the table wide of the goal where it's grabbed by Munoz. Fires that one down the middle. And here's Rudy. Tony had a chance to pick it up off that wall. Tommy once, twice, 3 times with the 5 sent towards the goal by Rudy, and eventually Brenner able to grab it again. A lot of action there in about a second and a half. And that one down the middle, sent back into the goal by Orr. You have to be so careful against these great forwards. It's 2-2. Dangerous territory shooting down the middle against someone like Tommy Orr or Tony Spreadman. Big possession here for Tony. As he rocks it and fires it home near side. It's 3-2. Tony still staying in that forward position. Tommy along the wall. Orr tried to come near side, and Brenner with a block up into the air and off the table. The key here for Rudy is to clear the zone, give Tony a chance to pick the ball up, but be careful doing that. Tommy steals it and strokes it home. It's 3-3. It's the little things, folks, that make the difference. And we're going to get a timeout. Jim Stevens with you here at the 2026 ITSF Tornado World Series, and you saw Tony's dismay with that shot down the middle. He then followed that up with a shot near side, as did Tommy. We're even at 3 here in the third. 2-0 lead for Tommy Orr and Brandon Munoz. Almost a must ball here for Spreadman and Brenner, and it's taken away by Orr. Tony using the right hand defensively. Bounces that one towards the goal. Does Tommy. Rudy fires that one down the middle on goal, then blocked up into the air and off the table by Munoz. Never a controlled play there. Yeah, that ball should be awarded to Munoz, and it is. He'll put it back into play. Maybe look for a pass here. Tried to, and it's stolen away by Tony. Spreadman for the lead. Tony tried to bring it back down the middle, blocked by Munoz. Rebound bounces to Orr. Tommy tic-tacs and angles that one towards the goal. Kept out by Rudy. Rudy off that inside wall, stolen away by Tommy. Orr. There's Rudy waiting for him on that near side, and a beautiful pickup on the 3 at the other end by Tony, and the dink. It's 4-3. Such a creative player. That one off the wall. Didn't execute the pass, but does pick it up, set it up, and stroke it home. It is championship point for Tommy Orr and Brandon Munoz. And we've got a timeout. Here's the dink from Tony. And I guess the first time he tries that, you know, Brandon Munoz has to think he's going long, right? Even from the dead stop. Huge possession here for Tony Spreadman. as he puts it into play on the 5. Tony looking lane, looking wall. But first, a second timeout. Big crowd watching. Biggest crowd of the weekend. Two games to nothing lead for Tommy Orr and Brandon Munoz. We're tied at 4 here in game number 3. Jim Stevens with you. Happy to be here, table side, bringing you all the action as Tony puts it back into play. Doesn't execute it. It's taken away by Orr, who can win it right here. Tommy Orr. Stokes it home to that rather far side, and there it is. In 3 straight games, 5-3, 5-3, 5-4. Tommy Orr and Brandon Munoz defeat Tony Sprayman and Rudy Brenner to win the 2026 ITSF Tornado World Series Open Doubles Championship. That's got to feel good for Tommy Orr, who played a great match, and here you see it. He took his time, set up on that far side, gave enough of a hitch to get Rudy off the hole, and then nailed that far corner for the championship and the celebration. What a great day of doubles here in Dallas, Texas this weekend. Singles yesterday, doubles today. It doesn't get any better than this. Some high-end foosball, as high-end foosball as you can possibly see. And what a great finish to doubles day.
trying to, what is it? You're trying to sabotage my partner. Wait, what?
quarterfinals, we lost to Austria in the finals. And then the World Cup in Zaragoza, classic. All I do is keep Warren, who's lost to Angola. Warren, it's like a man in the back. And we won in Zaragoza.
It's a game changer. I want to learn how to
Because a lot of people they lose because they can't clear the ball. And the forward never gets the play. So you have if I feed it, he's automatically.
Yeah, you have a conversion average.
Very yes. So it's like football. All they have to do is tip the pass, then I get it, I feed him, he scores. He tips the pass, I get it, feed him, he Yeah,